chi yn ôl i'r cystadlu yma yn y prif gylch ar y gore, ac mae hi gore hefyd unwaith eto. Good morning and a warm welcome to you back to the judging here in the main ring, and it is once again a lovely morning. We have a very busy day ahead of us here at the main ring with 4 different sections competing. Felly, fel y gwelwch chi, mae'r dosbarth cyntaf yn adran melod o deip cob, sef yr adran ec, wedi gwneud yn ffordd i fewn i'r cylch ac yn mynd i fod yn statblygar canolfan yr aelodau y bore yma. Felly, gan ddechrau'r bore yma, gyda dosbarth 60, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer cysig gwag neu anfeirdd 4 i 7 oed. Ac ar gyfer rhywun sy'n dilyn gyda gatalog yn o dudalen 192. So we started the judging this morning in the Welsh Hounds of Cob type with class 60, and this is the Baron Mare o gelding 4 to 7 years old. And the section C this morning will be taking place by the members' centre in that section of the main ring. And for those of you following with the club, class 60 is on page 192 of the catalogue. Hoffwn croesawu i beirniad yn ôl gyda'r adran hon, sef Mr Stewart Morgan o Fynfa Rwan Cwila. A warm welcome back to the ring to our judge for the section C's this year. And that is Mr Stewart Morgan of the Rwan Cwila. We had a very this morning judging the young stock classes on Tuesday, and I'm sure we'll have an equally this morning with the seniors today, followed of course by the championships.
Wel, bore da I chi gyd, bod ola y cystadlu yma ar maes y sioe. And we commence our final day's judging here at the Royal Show 2025, and it's a very busy morning here. We have, for the first time, we have 4 classes in the week. We start with 2 rings, then 3, and obviously every Thursday at the show, we have 4 rings running here in the main ring. So as you've gathered, section C is by the member centre. These then from through the pathway is commencing here right in front of the commentary box. And in the currently empty ring, we will have the Shires commencing at 9 o'clock. Felly dyna'n trefn y dydd, a wedyn ni nifer o sylwebwyr, byddwch chi drwy'r cylchfaen yma, a byddwch chi trwy'r handbrake to the pathways is Elis Lloyd. Taking you through the section B's here this morning, we'll be getting Morgan. And there's not really else to be taken through the section C's. Section Davis at 9 o'clock will also be ensuring that you're kept up to speed with the Shire classes. Felly, mwynhewch eich diwrnod, mae'r haul yn gwenu, the sun is out partly all day and temperature rising as we go on. Felly mwynhewch diwrnod ola yn sioe, please enjoy the last day of the Royal Show 2020-25 and it's proving to be a very good one.
Bore da I chi, ac os yw'n dosbarthiadau Pangryd Cymreig yn y bore yn y prif gylch. A fel oedd Nicola yn sôn eisoes, mae'n ofyn o man y tŵr sydd wedi. Good morning to you and welcome to the Welsh Pathway class meeting this morning, which are in front of the commentary box here you can see in the middle. So we've got the first class in, which is class 116. And that is a cold filial gelding, 1-year-old, calculated at maturity not to exceed 148 centimetres. And as the first class is commencing now, we'd like to welcome into the ring our judge for this morning, Mr. Evan Williams from Anglesey. So croeso I chi, croeso I chi diolch fawr yna. Mae'r rhai yn tynnu efo chi, so felly ymhewch ac ewch gwasanaeth yma fawr yna yn yr adran yn cael ei wneud.
Ac yn canol y prif gylch o flaen y bocs brenhinol bore yma, bydd ni'n parhau gyda'r beirniadu yr adran B. Ddoi yn y stoc ifanc draw ar ochr canolfan yr aelodau heddiw. Fe fydd y beirniad Megan Lewis yn beirniadu y ceffylau hyd. So good morning to you all, and in the middle of the main ring, at the moment in front of the Royal Box, we have the judging of the Section Bs. Our judge today, Ms Megan Lewis, Food Farm, Carmarthenshire, started off with the youngster classes of the members centre side of the main ring yesterday morning, and she's continuing her work this morning with the senior classes of the Section Bs. And by the end of the morning, hopefully, we will have the full set of results and the champion in the Section Bs. So the class at the moment, in front of the judges, class number 40, the Baron Mayor of Gelding, 4 years old or over. There are 18 forward in this class. And this class is sponsored by Mr. Aaron Morgans in memory of his late wife, Mrs. Glenda Morgan.
And in the Welsh Carpet class 116, got our first result of good morning, and in first place for the Coalfield Gathering on the Road in 1308, Liz Hampson with Trinidad Celtic Lady. In second place, 1305, Espers with High-Mead Picador. In third place, 1307, Matthew and Adrian Everett and Chapman, Salter, Celtic Iron. And in fourth place, 1314, Debbie Spring, Rhinehall, Chelsea Gardens. And in fifth place, 1313, Shirley Roberts with Royal View, Hot Gossip. So tan gwybod cadw nawr I chi, ac symudwn ni ymlaen i'r dosbarth nesaf yn Cambridge. We now move on to the following class, so class 117 in the Welsh Parkbreads, which is hopefully gathering 1 year old, celebrating maturity to
1-year-old. Let's come forward, please. All exhibitors, class 117. Class 117, exhibitors, please.
And as we wait for the class 117 to begin, the Welsh Parkbreads, I would like to introduce our judge here this morning in the section, Adrian Williams from Anglesey. Adrian is originally from Llanrwst, but now based on Anglesey. And when Adrian was born, her mother felt she should buy her a pony. So when about 4 or 5 months old, she was brought to Palomino, section A, and he was called Prince Gold. And according to Adrian, she said, we travelled the country with him. And I first wandered on Welsh show with him when I was 10. So a big record here of coming here to our Welsh show on a regular basis, I can see. And we won the Palominos when they were in Wayne Ring. Then Adrian moved on to a show pony called Spring Clock, Black Magic, who was 30 pounds, and he was the first Welsh partner that she had. Then the family began to live in. So Adrian's experience of judging is extensive. She has judged the Welsh A's, the B's, and the Parkbread
Class 117,
the
Welsh Parkbreads,
and the
117.
Palomino Society panel. She has formally judged the Parkbreads and the Palominos at the Royal Welsh Show. So here we are, an experienced person to be here at the Royal Welsh Show as a competitor and as a judge. So pob hwyl I chi fod yma, wrth gyniadu'r canbryd yma, felly dyma ni nawr yn gweld y dosbarth a'r dosbarth mewn yn rhan canbryd.
Wel, os mae nawr ydych chi'n cyrraedd ni, mae'n da iawn a chroeso i sioe Frenhinol 2025. Ac o flaen, y bocs Frenhinol, dyn ni'n cael beirniadu dosbarth 40 yn yr adran B, yn cysig neu adrych 4 mlwydd oed a throsodd. Ac yn beirniadu, heddiw mae Megan Lewis o Rhyndfa Gwrt y Cadno. If it's now that you're joining us, a very good morning to you all and welcome to the 2025 Royal Welsh Show. Here in the main room, in front of the Royal Box, we have the judging of the Section B's, and our judge this year is Miss Megan Lewis of the Gwrt y Cadno Stud. Miss Lewis spent most of her childhood in Malaya, which is now Malaysia, before returning to secondary school in London. After university, she taught for about 10 years as head of geography at a girls' school in Knightsbridge, before moving back to Wales with her husband to raise sheep, ponies and children. Her interest in the pony started when her family returned from living in the Far East in the 1960s, where she learned to ride bareback on her uncle Dylan Tate's grey shepherding pony. Then in 1963, her father bought her first pony from the Llanybydder Sale, an unregistered bay Thelwell pony, who regularly dumped her. But that mare bred line of very useful ponies for Miss Lewis to ride later on in life. She first became a member of the society in 1964 when she was at school, living in London but still holidaying in Wales. And at that time, her interest was in fact in the Welsh cobs. From there then, her love started in endurance riding, where she rode over the Welsh hills for many, many years, and that made her take a permanent move to Wales in 1987. Her interest in Arabians and their partbreds originated, and in the 1990s she won several races, including the 80-mile race on Arabian Stallion Silver Mint for the Welsh team at the 1993 Home International, and was then selected for the British Intermediate team in 1995. She also won the William Hill Man vs Horse Marathon in 1997 on an Arabian mare Silver Sea Gem, and came second then on 2 other occasions on Silver Mint. She then took what she called the long horse ride, which she went around the world on the back of a horse. This was carried out in 3-month sections during spring and autumn, and that was due to visa and climate restrictions, commitments at home and time needed for logistical planning. Altogether, this ride was around 14,000 miles, and the actual riding time was around 2.5 years. The initial ride was from Beijing to London between the 2008 and 2012 Olympics, and that was after 2 years of planning. And she crossed through 9 countries, including China, Kazakhstan, Russia, Ukraine, Hungary, Austria, Germany and France. In China, she rode from one end of the Great Wall to the other and across the Gobi Desert. In July 2008, she finished with the King's Troop escort to their barracks in Greenwich. From there, she rode back to Wales, then the following year across to Ireland. As if that wasn't enough, she then decided to carry on across North America. And during that time, she rode unsupported, sometimes with a pack horse, apart from the desert section in Utah and Nevada. It may surprise people that her interest in Section B's didn't start until 1987, when she went to the Fair Oaks sale with Mr. Christopher Jones and set her eyes on the beautiful young grey mare Talheian Eirlis, a pass by Nevian Autumn Strickhill out of Custard, Fantasia. She'd gone with no intention of buying anything, but there was a pony that was full of Welsh character that she felt so many Welsh ponies lacked. She then bought this mare for just over £500. She was lightly shown, but a successful show career culminated in 1994 at the age of 15 in becoming female champion and reserve champion Section B at the Royal Welsh Show. The second foal she bred from her was put to Cadnock at Bredog by Sadnau Reolwr, who was overall Supreme Champion of the show at the Royal Welsh in 1996, and sire of the 2004 overall Supreme Champion, Midfield Solthrush. Miss Lewis had planned to put her to different top-class stallions to breed quality females on which to base its set, but she continued to produce mainly colts. As a result of this, she gifted the colt to put to Cadnock Cymro to her friend Robert Jones on the condition that he remain as a stud stallion, and bought in the successful show mare Thornbury Royal Gem, who was a Royal Welsh female champion, for him to cover. This cross nicked well, and she produced 4 lovely fillies by him, including Cwrt y Cadnog, Glai, Colomen, and Perle, the latter being Royal Welsh champion in 2013. Colomen was reserve champion for Royal England as a yearling before being retired due to an injury. Since finishing her big ride in 2014, she's been able to start breeding again, and the studs currently runs around 8 brood mares, which includes daughters of Glein and Perle by Eiaf Beaujas. Other mares are running with the exciting young colt Cwrt y Cadnog Prydderch, who was best colt at Garys and reserve champion at Ceredigion in 2024. Dyna ni felly hanes y beirniad heddiw, Miss Megan Lewis o Brydfa Cwrt y Cadnog. Wedi broi bywyd I fyd y ceffylau, ac wrth gwrs dwi'n siŵr mae'n rhoi chabwyntiau I hi yw bod yma, bron y holl merlod heddiw yn beirniadu. Felly coesau hynny sydd I hi, a dwi'n gobeithio y ceithi ddiwrnod wrth ei bodd. So there we have the history of Miss Megan Lewis, our judge in the Section Bs today, who's devoted her life to Welsh ponies and horses in general, and I'm sure that today is another highlight amongst her career with horses. And we hope that she enjoys with us here today at the Royal Welsh Show, judging the Section Bs.
The judge.
And in class 117 of the Welsh Cartbreds, in first place we have 1316, Eilig Einon with Hatterall Countryman. In second place, 1317, Natasha Ham with Kenton Gone Away. Third place, 1315, Richard and Jean Evans, Ystwyth, Tiger Rose. Fourth place, 1320, Sophie Wilcock, Buenos Maximus. And in fifth place is 1319, Rebecca Robson, with Bexway, I Am Maximus.
Dyma ni gallu canlyniad cyntaf bore yn yr adran ac. So we have results in the first class of the morning in section C's, and it's a pleasure to welcome Nigel Flanagan from Loxley Solicitors, our sponsor for this section, to the ring to present the awards. Gyda diolch iddyn nhw am nodi yr adran hon. Ac felly dyma'r canlyniadau here am the results in the Baromere 4 to 7 years old. So, in first, we have number 696. And this is the past family with the white belly pom-pom. And do give a round of applause as she makes her way across the front of the grandstand. So, first prize, number 696. Wine Belly Pop Pop. In second, 693. And this is Ben Orchard with Stanley Miss Florence. Followed in third by 691. David Newson's Trevalian Witchcraft. Yn y bydwanedd safle in fourth, 702. And this is E.W. Watson with Fidelian Bologna. In fifth, we have 692, David Newson's Savoy Welsh Motto. And in sixth, we have 685, Moelwyn Yasmin, property of Gordon Campbell. Felly, congratulations mawr i'r Daily Pasg ar ennill dosbarth cyntaf bore yn yr adran. Dosbarth ar gyfer cysyg gwag neu cadwraeth 47 oed. Wine Belly Pom-Pom yn mynd ar olwg gyntaf yn y dosbarth. Gan y beiriant sy'n Stuart Morgan y bore yma.
No sauce today. Dyna ni gyflawn.
Bore da, a very good morning to you on this sunny Thursday round Welsh morning. As you can see, down the end of the main ring now, we commence our Shire and Heavy Horse classes. Felly, rydym wedi newydd dechrau ac yn ffilau gwedd a trwm yn y prifgyrch yma a'r môr y heilog bod y dyddiau y sioe. Felly, mae rydym yn dechrau gyda un o nifer o dosbarthiau bore yma, sef dosbarth 296. We start this morning with the first of many Shire classes here this morning on class 296. And that is, as you can see, the horse in harness, looking for the neatest and cleanest. 3 entries there in front of you in all their glory. As you can imagine, a lot of hard work goes into preparing, cleaning and dressing these horses early this morning. Hoffwn i ddiolch i'n beirniad bore yma sydd newydd ymuno ni. I'd like to take the opportunity now to thank our judges who have joined us in the Shire section here this morning. We have Mr Jason Holder of Colgrove Farm, Gloucestershire, and Mr David Coffin of Overseeing, Derbyshire. So, a big Royal Welsh welcome to you here this morning. We hope that you enjoy what we have in front of you today.
And in the first class of the day for the section B's, who are situated in front of the Royal Box this morning, we have our first results. And the winner of class 40, the Baron Merrick 4 years old or over, is number 490, Fiona Ledbetter with Thornbury Aperitif. In second is number 496, Julie Russell with Bryn Gwenol Princess Charlotte. In third is number 484, Norman and Georgia Fairbank with Paddock Liddell. In fourth is number 497, Stuart White with Prydlad Sarah Dismail. In fifth is number 492, Chloe O'Hara with Donald Ballerina. And in sixth is number 485, A&G Ward with Paddock Chipfer. A dyn ni'n croesawu'r cyrch i gyflwyno'r llwyfannau noddwr yn ysgol hwn sef Mr Arwyn Morgans cof am ei diweddar graig, Mrs Glenda Morgans. So warm welcome and thank you to Mr Arwyn Morgans for sponsoring this class in memory of his late wife, Mrs Glenda Morgans. Dyna ni felly canlyniadau dosbarth 40 Cysig syth ni adref, peder blwyddyn i gosod yn yr adran bu yn gyntaf, Fiona Ledbetter gyda Thornbury Aperitif, yn ail Julie Russell gyda Bryn Gwenol Princess Charlotte, ac yn drydydd Norman and Georgia Fairbank gyda Paddock Adele. There we are then, showing appreciation in the section B ring for the winner of class number 40, the Baron Merrick Gelding, Fiona Ledbetter with Thornbury Aperitif, followed by Julie Russell, Bryn Gwenol, Princess Charlotte, Paddock Adele, Prydlad Sarah Dismail, Donald Ballerina, and Paddock Chipfer.
Felly, os ydych chi newydd ymuno â ni i wylio cystadlu gerdd canolfan yr Elda, yn yr adran ac yn bellach ar ail ddosbarth y bore, sef ddosbarth ar gyfer cesydd gwar neu adweith 8 oed mathsol. So if you have just joined us to watch the classes by the Member Centre of the main ring, we're on the second class of the morning in the section B, which is class 61, the Baron Mayor or Gelding, 8 years old and over. Judging the Welsh section C this year, we have Mr Stuart Morgan of the Llanquila Stud. Mr Morgan lives on the Gower Peninsula with his wife Claire, daughter Ellie and son Iwan. The stud consists of 4 section C mares, a couple of section A mares and a cob mare. The Welsh cob mare at the stud won the Royal Welsh as a 3-year-old. the study focuses on the Welsh section Cs. Mr Morgan is no stranger to the main ring here at the Royal Welsh Show and has been a strong supporter of the show over many years, exhibiting in the Welsh section A, the C and the B. He was championing handler here at the show back in 1994, showing the Welsh cob mare Osborne Rosette against the William Jones of the Tone Valley Stud. They have had numerous successes showing here at the show, including the Section 8 filly Blankula Chapter being awarded the Youngstock Champion and Reserve Female Champion here in 2010, and her daughter Blankula Candy Floss won the Royal Welsh as a foal and as a 2-year-old. The third Section C stallion Blankula Bobhedo won the Royal Welsh Sire ratings twice. Their successes here at the show also been replicated elsewhere. 3 of the ponies that they have bred have qualified for the Horse of the Year show, including Claire, Stewart's wife, qualifying for Blankula Album twice. And Blankula Ruby's son, Codry, won the Poise Ridden in 2023. Mr Morgan has been on the Welsh Pony Cob panel for approximately 15 years and has enjoyed judging in a number of prestigious shows, including at Londoners, the Windsor Fair and in Australia. So a very warm welcome to you back to the ring this morning to judge the senior classes in the Section C, and of course we will also then have the championships for the section to follow. Croeso cynnes i Dina ar gyfer Eleni, sef Mrs Stewart Morgan o'r Hwyn. Mae Rhydfar Blankula yn lyfyrus i nifer ohonom, yn Rhydfar canolbwyntio ar fagu adran ac, ond hefyd yn cadw cwpl o gesig adran a un hogyn Cymreig. Yn wyneb rhanwyr i'r prif gylch yma y sioe, mae Mr Morgan yn gefnogwr brwd o'r sioe wedi bod yn arddangos ac wedi cael llwyddiannau yn yr adrannau A, F a D dros y blynyddoedd. Dwi'n croeso cynnes i chi i fynechu'r adran hon y bore yma.
And the results are in for Class 296, our first of the Shire and Heavy Horse section this morning. Felly mae caniadau fewn o dosbarth 296 yn y ceffylau gwedd a tro o dosbarth 5 yna yn bore yma. Felly, Horse in Harness, Eatis and Cleaners, goes to 2147 Cynta, 2147, which is Frederick Robinson Limited, with Shem the Oidman Challenger. And that's been led by 50 years there this morning. Alright, Sadler, the second place goes to 2146, which is Hannah Robertson with Castle Diamond. We also have in the ring currently Class 297, the Scott Dino side Hefyd yn y gylch, having a breed. This is the Horse in Harness Best Decorated. And our congratulations goes to 2149 there, John Goodwin, with Rugby Statesman, taking the prize there for the Horse in Harness Best Decorated. Please do give them a cheer and a round of applause as they take their lap of honour around the
Symudwn ymlaen yn nesaf, dechrau 298, we will move on shortly in the Shire Handball section to class 298, our Spaniards 2 years old or over. As we work our way through the Shire Handball section this morning, currently we have the best shot Shire competition taking place. And I'd like to welcome our judge, Mr. Nigel Brown of Winter John Monmouthshire, who is in the ring with us all morning to judge that. Again, we're going to be Dolly Orau yn cael ei cynnwys yn ystod y bore yma gyda'r gwahanol dosbarthiadau ac mae yna beiriant wahan i hwnna sydd Mr Nigel Brown o Wyntyrion Monmouthshire. Croeso mawr iddo fe i'r cyrff y bore.
Oh, yeah.
Shire County Hall section down in front of the LTV stands. We're on class 298, Ysbytai, now Wyth, Newydd and Rosette Cynta. So mynd i 2150, number 2150, gets the price there for the stallion, €2 or over. Claire Bosworth with Miller Free's Jump. Sy'n mawr I chi. There we go, do give them a round of applause as she takes the lucky one around the main ring. Lovely to see that magnificent horse there taking a quick shot around the ring. Special 299 also placed there for the best stallion. So check them out, please. So the line nesa I just actually can't. And 60 on now to class 300. Hopefully all down in the area in the Shire and the horse section. In second place, Alice Grant, Robert Wood, Hanseman. Third place, 329, Stephen and Sue Allen, Lee and Campbell, Adrian and Cliff Rose. In fourth place, 1342, Debbie Irving with Natalie Sweet Fun. Fifth place, 1338, Martin Silverman with Ryan and Brandon. In sixth place, 1340, Casey and C.E. Thomas with Mount Pleasant, Bexham. And the next class, the ring, in the pathways, is going to be class 119, which is the portfolio gallery, 2 or 3 year old to exceed 48 centimeters up to 200. Jason Holder on the Coral Grove Farm in Gloucestershire. Jason Reed Shires himself and his father and family were co-owners in Gloucester and purchased the first shires when Jason was a boy as a working trade. This was Jason's introduction to shires. A very successful stud, with multiple national champions and points competitions in hand and movement. And the champion of the Royal Welsh Gloucestershire Rugby Academy. He is president of the South Wales Shire Horse Society and was judged extensively all over the world from France to Australia. Jason is on the Shire Horse Society Council and is senior stallion inspector for this year. As a very senior stallion, 14 years before. He was the first Shire breeder to use harness and doing. What's Jason looking for today then in this Shire as well? The sound animal is true to breed type and is on the quality side. The winner in his eyes is able to move well and use its hops. If you put somewhere into a man, Mr. Jason Walter, we've done, you need to high a border to the women. From the flag, it's not red, and we just want to collaborate and strong. So it's really good. This is average and events. And then who has attended the women this morning successfully continental conferences with all that first year.
And in section B, in front of the Royal Box, we have a result of the broodmare class 4 to 7 years old with Old both the front, which is class number 41, page 185 on your catalogues. And the winner here is number 504, Robert Jones with Betsy C. Byrne. Second is 501, Martin Davis with West Air Serafina. In third is number 502, Ferrywood Ponies with Ferrywood Eloise. In fourth is 507, J.I. and Joe Parry with AF Adelaide. In fifth is number 503, S. Harris with Henriette Lovely Do. And sixth goes to 508, Ben Score with AF Yaris. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsor for this class, Mr. Adwyn Morgan, diolch yn fawr iawn i nodwr y dosbarthwr, Mr. Adwyn Morgan. There we are then, in the section B, showing appreciation to the winner of class number 41, Robert Jones with the Betsy C. Byrne. In second, Martin Davis is West Air Serafina. Third, Ferrywood Eloise. Fourth, AF Adelaide. Fifth, AF Lovely Do. And sixth, AF Yanis. Oedd yn cael y mawr yn cysig mlaen yn rhaid yn yr adran fe.
And in the Welsh Park Preds, class 119, and winning that class is number 1345, the Maes Mynachstead with Maes Mynach Lacey. In second place, 1346, Poppy Newitt with Becklem Amora. Third place, 1351, Deshaun Watkins with Talsam Lady Luck. In fourth place, 1348, Hannah Parr with Infield Legacy. Fifth place, 1352, Lucy Wilcox, RWB Weasley. And in sixth place is 1349, John Thomas with Alex Howler, Brenin Glam Aronis. And we now move on to the special 1-2-0, which is the Royal Welsh Championship Gazette, and the Welsh Women Cup gold medal, the best young Scottish Civic. Ac mae'r caniadau i fewn yn dosbarth 300 yn y ceffylau gweithio. The results are in now for Class 300 in the Shire and Heavy Horse section. Hopefully all gelding yearling. And the first place there goes to 2154. Yn cyntaf, un llys gynnar yma eleni, sef Rhys Griffith, gyda Trem y Wyfa Aurora. Second place goes to 2155, yr ail safle, i Margaret Roberts, with Cai Mawr Lleucu Llwyd. And third place, yn trydydd, gyda un Petri, with Hayden Darlington, with Lockley Destiny. Special Clear One, Royal Welsh Show Special Director of the best year.
And in section C, we have together the winner of Senior Group Parliament of Match, number 733, Ben Orchard with Betty Pink in red. And in second, we have 739, and this is Jordan Walker with Nolan Tiana. And in the safle in third, we have 723, and this is C&J Hill and Sainsbury with Longley Princess Camilla. And in the Barnet safle in fourth, 712. B&W Learning Bassett with Nicola Cliffy. And the men's safle in fifth, 711. RM and R Fitness with Chloe Supermodel. In Quecker in sixth, we have 730. Graham Moffat with Pwllmeli Rachel. Felly, ffordd yn mawr i enllydd y dosbarth Ysdi Gwarnyn with Hyn, sef 733, Ben Orchard gyda Berthin with red. Thank you once again to Nigel Flanagan of the Lost Resources for being to the ring to present the awards for this class.
dosbarth nesaf yn Dylan Gwyn a Tron yw dosbarth 302 i Perthas yn Shire and Boston is class here to Single Garden 2 Road we don't have we also have a short competition taking place currently throughout the morning. And we're very grateful to our judges for having done also to the normal share for carrying out the section of the truth, including the best of sharing and also the best values of the organization. So that's certainly the morning
to all. The section B relationship is going out. Class number 42, the group 8-year-old. in those respective sections yesterday afternoon. So these results are to be confirmed, but as it stands, they need to be confirmed by the Royal Club Society, and as it stands, for the Section A's, the Silent Point scheme, the winner this year is Milan Kota, and reserved went to Tanya Quinnell. And then the mares in Section A was Idyllic, Julia, and reserve was Idyllic, Angel of Music. So new Section A enthusiasts who are here today. The Section A started Sour Points Steam Champion was Kota, and reserve was Tanya Quinnell, and the mare was Idyllic, Julia, and reserve was Idyllic, Angel of Music. And then the Welsh Cops. The champion this year for the Sire was Gwen Mandela, Swan and Golden Rocket, with Jones, and reserve was William Stewart. And for the men, the champion was King of Super Lady, and reserve was Coco and Swan. So there's King's opportunity to try and say what Jan's happy for their hard work. The still active sorting the B's and the C's out for today. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
And so Kevin, Class 302, our figure mounting 2 rows in the Shire and Heavy Horse section. The Paniade and the stuff 209. In Genta, first place goes to 2157. AJ and CJ moving with Sean Grace, handled by Claire Keegan. And second place goes to 2158 to our Saturday, Danny Pinkwood, Sarah Shackleton Jones, with Thierry Juliet, handled by Claire Cotsworth. Thank you. Now between the strategy line. Accident on the line now, we have special, Kia 3, it's the David Lloyd Perpetual Challenge Map, and Royal Welsh Agriculture Show special event, for the best coach with organising in the year material. So, both of our Christmas winners and the last two classes, rejoin us in the Shire Agriculture now, the battle is out for one special event. And winning the Salvation National Professional Challenge In the Shire and Head Horse section of the ring, we have our results in special 303. For the Shire Maxima. This is the Daily Life Professional Challenge Track and Royal Welsh Agricultural Show special event. The best for the fully organised in New Zealand. Beth Nicholas right now, in Houston Fifth, Sid Skenatt, Shire Lenny. Please do show the appreciation there for our winner Mr. as he takes his Napoleon following back the winners in our this morning. Please support this year's Royal Welsh Show 2025 ambassador. Love to see him there in the ring, showing the Shires along with everybody else. I would like to confirm the special event song with our pamphlets and within the notice in the in stock Rosette Sidani Shire Harry Horse and of Lane now, we commence class 304. Men at the age of the flow just she zero pedro in Aberdeen Square and the library shown in the
we have the results of the class in the 42. The section B blue there, 8-year-old with old foot. And the winner there is number 522, J.I. and Joe Parry and Mia Kira. In second is number 514, J. and A. Carter with Wilfred Chiquita. In third is 516, Ian Evans with Joshua. In fourth is 520, T and AJP London with Western Valentina. Fifth is 512, LA and C. Whitney with Hannah River. And sixth goes to 515, Graveyard Spring Madonna, the property of Nina Davis. So there we are. If you're filling your catalogues, we're on page 185 and 186. 522, 514, 516, 520, 512, and 515. Diolch yn fawr nodwyd yn ysgwart hwn. Mr. Arwyn Morgan wedi nodi tri ysgwart cynta yr adrodd y bore yma. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am hynny. Dyna ni felly, beth y feddwl sy'n wrth y Going appreciation to the winners, senior Blue class, with the section in this year's Royal J.I. and Joe Parry with the AI Western Valentina, Hannah River, and Serena Madonna. All right.
aros yn Adran. Mr. Stewart Morgan has made a decision in the junior group class 62 in the Welsh section C. And this is on page 194 of your catalogue. Cyfrifiadau mawr i'r enillydd. So winning this class today is number 744, and this is Thomas Davis with Iwlad Shania. Cyfrifiadau mawr i chi. In second, an aisle, 751. The Lee family's Oswald Countess. Then we have the Whopper in third. We have 743. Please say this with E.D. Nancy. Ac yna Bydwanedd Safle in fourth, 747. Amanda Harris with Tubby Rockstar. And Bimed Rossendale in fifth, over the page, number 758. Albert Williams with Nice Food Showgirl. After the chweched safle in sixth, we have 748. The Jones family with Rona Miss Harriet. Gyda Biel Cymraeso I gyfeithwyr Loxley a Lochstar. Thank you once again to Loxley solicitors for sponsoring the session, and we're very pleased to have Nigel Flanagan and his daughter Maisie with us today to present the awards. Felly dyma ni, put your hands together for the winner of the junior group class. Number 744, Iwan Shania, property of Thomas Davis. Followed in second by 751, the Lee family's Oswald Countess. After the brothers are in third, 743. Please say this with E.D. Nancy.
And we have two test results here in the Shires and Technical section. Both the Mayor and Pro being judged at the same time after the ruling. So we take that lap of honor there. Please do show your appreciation the Shire and Henry horses. In Class 3 and 4, the mare age with foal at foot. We have first place going to 161. And Cynta, the Diamond Queen, St. Robert Rawlings with Rockford, Georgia. Arise Happiness, second place goes to 2159. David Beardmore with Milton Fields 50. Judges, the third place goes to 2160, Peter Davis with Whitmore Bobs G. Adam Mawr yn dosbarth 2004. Garogi, pryd mi gyda ni canlyniadau dosbarth 2005. At the same time, we judged Class 3 of 5, which is your point of control. Not necessarily bodies on there, please, that's they would so first place then goes to 162 the Diamond Dice, so David Beardmore with Paddington Thunder. Second place goes to 164, that's Robert Rawlings with Rockford Queens in Kenya. Third place, so Chuck Fabler and Diamond 52, 2163, that's Peter Davis with Prince Sunrock and Wildlife. So Adam Mawr bydd gyda'r wedd a John, so bydd yn ymlaen nesaf. Dosbarth 306, yw Sylwion, Tywaniaeth, Shire and Henbosnas, i Barnau Dwylo o Wylfa. I have a correction to results of Class 300. Eritrea, the Coffee Organs in Berlin, the Cadwyn Adiabi in the Substitute, or the Goshen Pizza, Costco's the National 24, which is our very very specific, which Oliver, who also secured the day-night perpetual charge at Navarra and the process results. Lucky enough being the contributed activities granddaughter English large to throughout the morning on our speakers here. Just around the back, the areas the dining and plan to Lord. The second place in that class 700 to 2153 and I dining and cheese in the we've got the destiny and the third place, we took the deep dive into 2155, the third rock that was Martin Roberts with Canada State. And the speaker, Barbara Canal, Philip Sean and George very happy class here in the Baroness Hero or Over.
Now The big message I know is what is young and Norway. Very Norway with the name
And we've got the categories in the Shires and Penny Horses. Mae'r canlyniadau fewn i dosbarth 306 like we'n am tro. Wrth glacio'r yn ôl yna, wrth nhw'n adau ac brif gweithio. Dosbarth iachus iawn fewn at y clas in our Baroness Field. It's delight to see them all in all their glory here in the main ring on Tuesday. Results are as follows. Dan first place goes to 2172. Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Florence. Second place, Brian Sampler with Diane Clayton 2165. David Beardmore with Stony Lilibet. Third place, 2180 Trinity. Diane Oitenzero, Jan Verhoeven with Robert Staples and Frankie Sarah. Fourth place goes to 2167 Victoria, Diane Fairson, Marcus Forward with Farm 50 Check. Fifth place goes to 2174 Pivot, Diane St. Pedro. C&J Pumpkin with Lockley Victoria. Sixth place, 2175, Cracker, Diane Thompson, Robert Rawlings, Bob Whitney, Isabel. So we move on now to Special 307. Page 217 catalogues. This is the Cherry Society Silver School Andrew Set for the best mayor of Finley. And we invite all the winners of our previous classes down into the event.
There we are, the reception to the event with a round of applause for the winner of the Philly Hall class in the 543. Team and ABP London. The second is 541 was Jones and the third. The third item is 541 the fourth 527 with the biggest diaphone, and 6 is 526 and sponsoring that class was Kane Harrington and Sons, and they're both pleased to be sponsoring this section again this year and wishing the best to all of the competitors. So we now move on to the Robert Livingston Trophy, which is for the champion hold and the hope of the battle of the peace against the Philly 2000 champion hold.
in the class 25, the first place is 137 the second place, 182, Vincent Thomas, Anna Pleasant, Simon John. Third place, 180, David Roberts, Brandon Greenberg. Fourth place, 181, John Thomas, with Flash Lady. And the next class is going to be Auto People, class 126.
Judging of the champion fold of the best sport and city fold for the head-to-head compete for the Northwood Woodford. Now it's a pleasure to welcome James Fields into the ring here today to present this very special award. And it goes to the three forward. In the 5-4-3 T and AJP London with the links spinning forward. And reserve goes to 5-2-9 DLS Access spinning forward. The Cymru Fenymawr yn y llyn. Gwpad yn ofer wrth yn ei sygl, ond ar gweld wrth ma'n sydd yna. I gyflwyno gwpad.
sy'n ganlyniad yn y dosbarth safety yn yr adran ac. And so, our judge is Field Morgan in the section C has come to a decision in the senior blue class. Llofruddiadau mawr i enillydd y dosbarth hwn i'r 766. Winning this class number 766, Bodeg Oxford with Fanigan Welsh Lady. And a pleasure to welcome Nigel Flanagan back to the main hall solicitors and to present the award. Felly ennill y dosbarth i'r 766, Fanigan Welsh Lady o Eiddo Cyfan. Yn yr ail safle in second, we have 774, Freddie Luke with Cwmni'r Mary Luke. Yn trydydd, in third, 765, Glencoch Studs, Glencoch Mali. Yn y diwedd safle, in fourth, 771, the Lee family with Bergereni Glamour Cat. Yn fifth, fifth, we have 776, Menai Stud with Menai Furiosa. Ac yn chweched, in sixth, we have 763, Kerry Bell with Ginteion Red Hot Gossip.
John Thomas, Alexander Myers. And we are now moving on to the final classes for the value class or class number 27.
I'm very happy to welcome Class 208 in the Shire and Teddy Horses end of the rain. Caniadau Fair and Destruction 08 yn y cyfle gwedd a tro. Ac felly, yn cyntaf, first place goes to 2181, Hugh Ramsey with Llanthrift Lasia. Yr ail safle, Wyndham 85, second place, 2182, Heather Robertson with Patrick Dyson. And third place, 2183, and trydydd, 2183, Frederick Robinson Limited with Shen Wyfa Challenger. Cyntadau mawr sydd wedi yna yn dosbarth hwnnw. Hoffwn ni diolch yn fawr i Nofor, sydd Barry Jones, sydd wedi bod yn hanfodol gyda ni drwy'r y bore yma. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsor, Mr. Barry W. Jones, who has joined us in the main all morning. He's enjoying having a lovely time, and we'd like to show thanks towards him. The sponsorship is in memory of Dr. Margaret Jones, a nice actor. So it's a passionate about child horses and work with them as grew up in the Derby Valley and maybe I don't think all 1960s onwards to the Royal National Museum and onward to do the child horses and good years and such a memory for Jones.
pedwar ar ben 60 ar gyfer gasau parti o'r. So we're going to member centre, we are now ready to go on to special 64, which is the Patrick Dawn Annual Award. I think it was by SA installed for the best room there. So we went back to the premium room there to join the senior to compete for special 64, the Patrick Dawn Annual Award.
in the corner of the ring.
Felly, diolch yn fawr ar ben pedwar eleni ar gyfer y caseg bagu orau mae enillydd ddosbarth y SIG 1. And so taking special 64, the Patrick Thorne Annual Award for the Best Groomsmen, kindly given by Mrs. S.A. Hacknestone in the section C is the winner of the Senior Groomsmen class. Congratulations mawr iawn I gyfarfod Ebog gyda Llanigan o Welsh Lady. And so winning this award is number 766, not Ebog with Llanigan Welsh Lady. And in return we have the second prize Senior Groomsmen. And this is number 774, Freddie Luke with Copian Mary Blue.
And in the section B, winning the female championship at this year's Royal Welsh Show is number 441. J.I. and Joe Paddy with AF Atlanta. And the reserve goes to 490. Fiona Ledbetter with Thornbury and Penalty. Dyna ni gallu gobeithio yn yr adran i cael pwynt cystadlu yn y waith heddiw a ddoi yn ddigon yn ei brif cymunedig medalau'r Cymdeithas y Meddylod a Chofiau Cymreig. Mae'r Boris Llwyflwy o iddo J.I. a Joe Parry Eiaf Atlanta. Eastern Campwarau. Bydd SMC yn y dosbarth bore yma o iddo Fiona Ledbetter sef Thornbury a Heritage. There we are, the show of appreciation for the Section B female champion, winning the Welsh Police Health Society Gold Medal, the 2-year-old filly, Eiaf Atlanta, and reserve the Baroness Thornbury and Heritage. Oswald Caroline.
And here we see the championship in the Shire and Henmore section. Special 309. Pencroftwood. Pennyfield with Armstrong. Newydd fod Luca Ola. Felly, special 309, we have the results in, and our championship goes to 2172. Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Florence. And the New Zealand champion, Elise Pencroftwood, in Dai 2165. David Beardmore with Stoney Lilibet. Rhyngwyneb mawr I chi'ch ddau yn y Pencroftwood. The winners of Special 309 there also are placed within class Special 310, the Horse of the Year 2025, supported by the Shire Horse Society qualifying class. So that was in first place 2172, Jack Kitchen with Rosemore Forest in Dan Akenai. In second place 2165, David Beardmore with Stoney Lilibet. Congratulations mawr I chi ar eich llwyddiant yn dosbarth. Tri dim naw ac hefyd tri dim. Huge congratulations to you both on your successes there, especially class 309 and 310. Hoffwn diolch I Mr Barry O Jones am nodi'r dosbarthiau yma. I'd like to take the opportunity to give Mr Barry W. Jones a special thanks for his sponsorship in the special class. It is of course in memory of W. Margaret Jones, PMI's chef, where W was passionate about his shy horses, having worked with them as a brewer for 35 years. And then the annual village from the 1960s onwards to the Royal National Theatre to do those shy classes over the periods of 40 years. Just about to Barry at Table and Norby and Mabon and the Gortiti yn rhai yn y Rhugedd yn Hanoi gyda nhw gyd. Rwy'ch mawr i'n nhw wrth nhw'n mynd to take the opportunity to show appreciation for these magnificent shires here in the main ring this morning. I'm very happy to stay here on this national course of Queen and Shire village and happy to steer down the end of the horse ring
Felly mae gen i gynlyniad y dosbarth yn Brains Sain o'r Cymru. Result for the stallion class 127 in Crossbed. In first place was 1390, Sandy Anderson, Crystal Down, Afro Royale. In second place, 1395, Shirley Roberts, Royal Queen's Consort. Third place, 1393, Jane Lackey with Rotherwood Drooping Diamond. Fourth place, 1391, Richard and Tammy Bird with Northern Bandsman. Fifth place, 1392, Sue Casey, Valentine Falcon. And in sixth place, Leah Roberts, Woburn Valentino. Now that completes our individual classes of the pathways. And we now will move on to special rather than championship or best mayor or into it.
And the results in class 65 in the section C, the Colts Hall class. Let's get that here illustrated. Taking first prize today is number 793, Owen Jones with Nico Bennington. And then I am Savla in second, we have 805. And this is Skyward Club with Kira Orion. And in third, 801. Lauren Moore with Bailey Mr. Brightside. Pedwerin in fourth, 796. Henry Lewenmark with Shamrock Taking It Seriously. And Bimmer 795 in fifth. Joseph Lee with Lee Rock Dynamo. And in chweched in sixth we have 798. Cheryl McIntosh with Hosters in the top. Symud ymlaen i chi rwan yn yr adranach i'r dosbarth ethol C. So we now move on to class 66 in the section C, the Philly Hall class.
And in the middle of the main ring at the moment, we have the judging of the section D Stallion. Following this, we go on to the male champion, and the female handles against each other to compete for the Coin Corp Perpetual Trophy.
And the Union Championship in the Welsh Conference is 1364. We've got Jonathan and Devin, Jones and Thomas with Adam Moore, Ellen here. So many congratulations to you. Thank you very much. Maori. After the few of them winning the reserve championship is 1378. Ruth Williams, the fitness institute. So thank you very much. Nawr chi hefyd, ac nawr dwi'n symud ymlaen i'r wobr y gorau yn yr adran canrif o'r ochr special 129 am yr
And the results are in class 311 in the Caerdydd Horse Breed class there, excluding the Shires, Philime o Feldyn MEH. Felly mae'n cael ei adeg fewn nawr yn ysgrifennu 3-1 yn y ceffylau gwedd a tro. So, first place goes to 2203, 2203 yn dod yn gyntaf. That's JMT Leading Edge with Michael Charles. Yr safle yn mynd 2-1-9-9. Second place goes to 2-1-9-9. John McIntyre with Friesland Miss Ginny. And fifth place then goes to 2-1-9-8. And trydydd 2-1-9-8. Joe and Jenny Lloyd with Coachbrook Riders and Henry. Felly, sylwch mawr i chi o ddech chi adael y chwilio y fyna yn Penny Horsery Student y Shire. Winning the special 129 male champion in the tournament is number 1390, starting with Sandy Anderson, Thistledown, Harper, Royale. Then congratulations to you from the Bernardo Harvey. And comparing the key order, taking the reserve is 1323. That is and that's Denise Cox with Alan B. Cortez. Now that we will now be continuing on to the final championship in the Welsh Park Press and that is the Yearly Championship.
And here we have a result of 66, the Gilly falls in the section C. Llangrwch Mawr 1 enillydd. Winning the Gilly Falls class in the section C this year is number 807, the Costello family with Blue Haven sitting C. Post Kevin Gwynne, give it a round of applause for winning Gilly Falls as she makes her way across the front of the grandstand. That's number 807. The Costello family with Blue Haven sitting C. In second, we have 818, and that's Anna Livingston with Ted Hugh, Sweet Caroline. And then the Summer in third, we have 814, and this is Michael Hunt with Babe Keeper Coming. In fourth, we have 819, CJ Merritt with Lincoln Fall. Fifth is 824, Darren Warwick with Cardinal Supermodel. And in sixth, we have 823, and that's Lorraine Roberts with Grella Gypsy Rose Lee.
And in the section B standing class, we have a result, and the winner here is number 556. Matt and Cecilia Olson with Hanya Derek Law. In second is number 557. Lynn Wilson with Waterville, Colorado. In third is number 550, Dean Evans with Indian Replica. Fourth is number 555, Amy Woodhill with Oxford Gloss. In fifth is number 549, Manchester with Oscar Goldman. And sixth is number 554, Lawrence Hogan with Woodhill, Geronimo. So show your appreciation in section B ring for the stallion, for the winning stallion there, Hanya Derek Law, followed by Waterville, Colorado, and then Indian Replica. Olga Federal with Harry Woodball and the Spartan there. And so we're now after putting out the other wine and then love coming after that. We are now moving on in the section B's to the Mayo Championship, and they're competing for a Welsh Women Heart Society gold medal and the Helene Perpetual Trophy.
Now, the race is which the carriers in hand, and we're going on to the championship for the Driven Heavy Horse. We've never been down to the Heavy Horse division. We are going to this year, so we went to how infantry become their trophy. And the man in it, the man who went through. I guess the race is going to be down in the store of the small man. We have the final of the Heavy Horse Tournament competition, and this is the championship. And this is the World Champion event. And 250 pounds to the winner. Reserve receiving £125. And the championship has been kindly sponsored by the Service of Faith Carnarvon Ambassador 2025.
And winning the championship in the Welsh Park Bred is number 1390, Sandy Anderson with Stallion, Thistledown, Harper Royale. So, Llangrwch Mawr, many congratulations all the way from Cambridge. So, it's been a good journey for you to come here today and winning the overall championship in this section. And in reserve is the Young Stock Champion, number 1323, and that's Denise Fox and Alvin Cortez, all the way from Lancashire. So again, travelled across the border to Wales into the Royal Show. So many thank you and our congratulations. So please, people sitting there in the grandstand, show your appreciation to the wonderful animals that have come here this morning, and they will be display of the Welsh Beauty Aurora. So if you can, show your due appreciation in the usual Royal Welsh way for the champion of the Welsh Pound Bread from Old Beer, Thistledown Harper Royale. So Dr. Candidate now again. And I would just like to say, as we conclude, to thank the church this morning, Mr. Williams, and with the Dr. Marianne Heath and the Natalie Adana Henry, and also thank the two stewards who presented in line there as well. So Dr. Marianne is right there.
In the section seating, we have results in Special 67, which is the best 4. Many congratulations to the winning Billy Ford, Special 67, and this is number 807 from the Stello family with Blue Leader 1650. And in doing so, they received Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Special Result and the Turkey Trophy, kindly donated by the Turkey Stud. And also, Blue Haven 1650 takes Special 68, the Edith Grass Pennybrook Memorial Award, and the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Special Result, kindly given by Mr. Hughes and family and friends in memory of Mrs. Edith Grass Pennybrook Stud. So that's Special 68 for the best Billy Ford. So many congratulations to the Costello family for their success. And the Reserve Award for the best goal goes to the second prize Billy Ford. The Reserve best goal is number 818, and that is Anna Livingston with Ted Hugh Sweets Caroline. Felly, llongyfarchiadau I enillwyr y dosbarthiadau cwrion, ac mi fyddwn ni felly yn symud ymlaen yn yr adran I un o'r uchafbwyntiau sef y bencampwriaeth benywaidd. So we're now ready for section searing, which is by the Member Centre, to move on to Special 69, which is the female championship.
Now, then on the right-hand side of the ring, we have the championship for the heavy horse, Jubilee heavy horse. We saw the singles and the in-handed around, now we're going on to the championship. And this is kindly sponsored by Mr. Reese Griffiths of Carnarvon Ambassador of 2025. And we're really grateful to Reese also for initiating the development of the heavy horse village that we see down the other side of the horse show. One being there, our judge, Mr. Coffin, has been with us all week. He lives in Derbyshire, originally from the south of England. His father and grandfather were champions in how matches and riding. David began returning on his father's team and started riding with possibly at 15. He has competed extensively and won extensively. He began working on the age of privilege, progressing to head driver and head horseman in the world. He wrote all facilities and teams from Bass Privilege. So we're very grateful to Mr. Coffin, Billy Coffin for joining them and looking who's to do. Now then, if I can explain something to you with respect to in front of you, you have different turnouts. You have on the right-hand side pairs of horses, and then on the left-hand side you have singles. And all of these are winners in the classes that came through during the week. So there's class 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316. So these are the winners. And now they're actually competing for the champion, Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Champion Reserve for 2025. Siarad am bod yn ceffylau, mae ceffylau trwm yn wahanol depth. We have heavy horses of different types. sides, can you see some shires there? Some shire horses, traditional horses, used for heavy work in the British Isles over the period. Can you see some Clydesdales there? Those Clydesdales are heavy horses that were used traditionally developed in Lanarkshire in Scotland, but are very popular for their heavy work. Can you see an American Belgian horse? These are the largest horses available. And in fact, one of the largest horses at the moment is the Belgian draft on the planet, typically standing at 17 hands away and roughly 2,000 pounds. And the current world record holder, the world's tallest horse, Big Jake, a Belgian who resides at Smoky Hollow Farm in Wisconsin. And he is an amazing 20 hands, 2.5 quite something. All of these are 70 hands high and more, and they are called often gentle giants. So the judge, Mr. Coffer, David Coffer, has asked these vehicles now to walk around, trot around, and he was trying to bring them in some order. So the man there, edrychwch ar y teip yn y ffyddau, a gyfyddau gwylio yna. Mae gyfyddau Clydesdale yna. Mae yna Gefyr American Belgian yna. A wedyn mae yna Gefyr Wales arall. So have a look at these. These are the heavy horse breeds traditionally in Britain. We also have a Suffolk Punch Birmingham this year. So there we have them. Going round, we have the Shires, Clydesdales, and various others.
In the middle of the main ring, in the section B, in section B's, we have a main champion. The 2025 Royal Welsh main champion is number 556, the stallion Henriette Berry-Ward, from Matt Cecilia Olsen. So winning the Welsh Winning Hospitality Gold Medal and the Healing Perpetual Trophy. And the reserve leg goes to the 3-year-old colt, 450, Sandy Anderson, Cecilia Madison. Dyna ni felly campwynt y gwrwain yn yr Atlanta, yn y sioe fwynsiol eleni, yn ddigon mae Henriette Berry-Ward o Eino Matt a Cecilia Olsen yn cipio drws Hilyn gyfennydd medal air Cymdeithas y Melod a'r Cofiau Cymreig.
Now then, as they come in, the judge, Mr. David Coffer, will look at them again. And it's the first time we've had these driven exhibits of this number in the Royal Welsh. And that's grateful really to be Carnarvon, Post County, and especially the Carnarvon Ambassador. Yorkshire was pen I Sir Gaernarfon, ond wedyn I Rhys Gruffydd, fe oedd hi sgenad y gymdeithas eleni, a gyda'i ffrindiau wedi'n trefnu a wedi'n sicrhau bod yn gydysgad prif o gyfyriad trwm sy'n gweithio eleni. If you really want to see a spectacle, walk down to the Heavy Horse Village. You can speak with all these guys, you can touch all these horses, and you can speak to all the horses as well. It's well worth the visit. The sponsor for the Shire Horse Agricultural Vehicle was the General Secretary of the late Mrs. Maya Jones. It is an eminent of the non-members covering the payments of the section. We're very grateful for the sponsor. Nawr, wedi coffi i gofyn, y ti'n oed i mas o roi sioe o gyrol yw, mewn cerdded, toclion, a hefyd i'r ceithwyr. Yn dangos iddo fi bod y capel yma'n gallu gweithio yn y cyfrifion mewn Cymru. These horses must be able to work in front of the judge. You can have very pretty horses, you can have very nice looking horses, but they have to do their work in front of the judge. And Mr. Coughlin is looking at how well these examples work in front of the judge.
Dyma ni felly ganlyniad yn adran ac. Our judge, Stephen Morgan, in the section C, has come to a decision in the female championship. And we welcome Nigel Flanagan back to the ring to present the awards on behalf of Roxley solicitors. So, gyda chredaf mawr iawn i'r Bencatwr Benywaidd yn y sioe eleni. Many congratulations to the female champion in section C this year, and this is number 766. Gordon Bogston with Canidan Welsh Lady. Felly, gasau'r fagu hun sydd yn mynd â hi yn y Bencatwriaeth Benywaidd heddiw yn yr adran ac, llongyfarchiadau mawr i Wynfa Godebog gyda Canidan Welsh Lady. And in winning the female championship, she takes away the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society Championship results and the Welsh Pony Cob Society Gold Medal. And the reserve female championship, or champion, goes to the winner of the senior Ballymare gelding class. And many congratulations to Ben Orchard, number 733 in the club, with Abercyprin Lady in red. So, showing appreciation for the Section C female champion, Canidan Welsh Lady, property of Gordon Bogston, and followed in reserve by Ben Orchard's Abercyprin Lady in red. And we will see both pairs back in the ring following the completion of the male classes for the overall championship. But we will now be moving on to class 70, which is the stallion 4 to 7 years old in section C. Felly mi fyddwn ni gweld ddwy gesur dychwelyd yn y cylch ar gyfer y brif capwriaeth yn yr adran, ond ydym yn symud ymlaen nesaf i ddosbarth 70, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer stalwini yn 7 a 7 oed.
It's interesting to see where these heavy horses have come from. On down in front of you here, we have an example from Dumfries and Galway, Scotland. We have an example from Hampshire in England. We have an example from Kent in England. And we have an example from Mid-Lothian in Scotland. So the Scottish crew that have come down to support the Welsh Royal Agricultural Society show this year with great force. So, what have we seen earlier on? We saw the Shires going out and doing a show. We saw the Clydesdales from Scotland coming out and show. Then we saw the one in Belgium doing a show. And then we see this animal here also giving a show. So what will happen next in this section, once the judge is giving competency all exhibits, he'll bring them back into a row and ask them most probably to go around for the last look at the display. And most probably then we'll bring in the exhibits and then we'll have the the champion Royal Secretary Rosette for the Heavy Horse 2025. With a motivated and time on our camera center at the lobby and with no news, and waiting within a head of our team to be given the fair after another long. Now then, as they come round, this will probably be the last chance to make the decision. If you're on the ringside and you are the judge, which one do you think will be the Royal Welsh Heavy Horse Driving Exhibit Champion for this year? These are all the winners from the classes, and you make your decision. And David Coughlin now is coming to his final decision in terms of where he thinks he's placed with his head. I need to Heidi and so we have Cardiff, we have Shires, and we have an American Belgium. And Italy, maybe they get that, put a pen of an American made, last minute before the decision to be made. Don't forget that we've already inspected these in the collecting ring and now inspected here again. So what we've got is multi-layered inspections of the tables. Everything must be in place, everything must be correct. But then the way the animal works with the carriages and does his work is important also. And most probably important. The championship here will be the Rosettes. £250 the winner, and the reserve gaining £125. The championship has been kindly sponsored by Mr. Fitz, the Carmarthen Ambassador for 2025. And Reece was due to give this presentation, but at the moment he's held up with the injuries on his shoulder. But don't worry, he'll soon make a decision. You just enjoy the experience once again of his heavy horses. These are the champions of the champions. And now, the top of the Oscar of the
Dyna ni felly i chadwyd beirniadur y trapyr dros Cymru o waith caled, Miss Megan Lewis o Ddinfa Cwnt Cadno wedi dod i'r canlyniad ola. In section period in the middle of the main ring. After 2 days of judging, Megan Lewis has come to a final decision. Winning the point more professional trophy, the Royal Welsh Championship presents is the male champion number 556, Matt and Cecilia Olsen with Kenya Derry Dawn. And reserve goes to the youngster champion with the 450, Sandy Anderson with Christopher Madison. Dyna ni wedi dod y champion beirniadu yn y latraffer. Yn gwerthfawr iawn i beirniad Megan Lewis am ei gwaith dros y deugi gwethna. Ac wrth gwrs, Stuart Young sy'n hefyd wedi gweithio yn ddyfal yn cadw trefn yn cylch adran. So thank you very much to our judge, Miss Megan Lewis from the Cwnt Cadno Stud for her work today and yesterday, and also a big thank you to our stewards for keeping order in the section B ring over the last 2 days. And congratulations again to the section B champion, the 2025 Royal Welsh Show, Kenya Derry Dawn, the property of Matt and Cecilia Olsen. And reserve the 3-year-old colt, Sandy Anderson, Mrs. Madison.
Now for the championship, for the Heavy Horse, the first prize, the £150 and champion for RWS champion Rosette goes to number 2234, which is JJ Shiners from Kent. The second prize goes to 2210. Is Goldwyn from Victoria. Third prize then goes to 2232, David Golan from Hampshire. And then the fourth prize goes to 223, Hugh Ramsey from Fleece and Galloway. I'm sure you will be a terrific turnout for these heavy horses. The amount of work that goes into turning out for this level is quite spectacular. Spending and I hope I can make a concept of the presentations have been made by the senior steward in the Royal Box, Andy Colby, grateful for his work, but also grateful to Reece Fitz, who actually sponsored this event, and our own
There we are, in the section beginning, show your appreciation. And give a big Royal Welsh congratulations to the section B champion, Kenya Derry Dawn, and reserve Mrs. Madison.
Now, there's no bravo, or ewch i ar ôl pentre y bylediwn lawr ar ochr arall i'r cylch y ceffylau. Bydd rhaid yn ôl na mewn i gan i ddod gwybod chi, fel nhw'n gweithio gyda'r ceffylau yn ystod y Prynhawn. If you wish to see more of the heavy horses and talk to the owners, please go down to the Heavy Horse Village, the other side of the horse ring, and you can talk to the owners and have a look at people working on these horses. It's a very spectacular area to be in. I'm sure you would not be able to wish to miss out in this particular area of the show. So come on in, and next year, all for listening to me. Great master, pride master, Belgian or American master, so presentation made by Andrew Hogan, senior student of our box, and the presentation of the Pride League was also thanks to East, which was one of the ambassadors. Just interesting facts about the boarding vehicles. You can see actually they were probably the boarding and Victoria period were out for long days delivery. Underneath them, as they take off now, you can see a bucket for water and also nose points for food. And as they go around, a big round of applause. We're grateful for all the work here. Thank you all, the heavy horse teams for coming to the show this year. It's been quite a spectacle and we've appreciated it and the crowd appreciated it. It's good to have the American intelligence here also. So, if you wish to follow them down, go down to see the Heavy Horse Village. Your Flowery Wells, a pincher, a ceffylau, children. Thank you very much for David Cochran for his work during the week. It's been a long week, but it's been a very successful week for these groups of horses and children.
Dylan Floyd, y secsiwn cyfylagwyr yma bore yma. Felly y gwelwch yn dod i fewn i'r prifiodd y nawr. Ydy Meirion Owen a'i weld yn papur lefydd, ond wrth gwrs i defaid. Felly wrth iddo rhoi i hwnnw yn y le yn honol yn cyrff o'r fflanci manne. Wrth gwrs, sawl ohonoch chi diarfer am Meirion a'r tîm yn y sioe frenhinol yn siŵr. Lots of you, I'm sure, familiar with Meirion and his team in the Royal Welsh Show. This year, of course, not as expert as sheep. For those of you that perhaps are seeing him for the first time, he is the third generation involved with training and competing with his sheepdogs. As his father, late father and grandfather were excellent sheepdog trainers and competitors themselves. He does run training classes for farmers and smallholders. And of course, you see a lot around the shows in Wales and beyond. Meirion himself started competing at the age of 9 and achieved considerable success over the years, being a Black Welsh national champion, captaining the Welsh team in international competitions, and also being on 3 series of the BBC One Man and His Dog show. These days, time away with demonstrations doesn't allow Meirion much time to compete, but we're very glad to have him here with his display once again in the Royal Welsh Show. You may well have seen him on the TV or radio, things like The One Show, The Countryside, The Songs of Praise. He's also a regular contributor on ITV's The Weekend with Vintage Welsh. So on this particular occasion, as we still have our in-hand classes going on down one end of the main room, Meirion will not be inviting the children into the ring. If you do wish to join us in the main room of Meirion, he will be back with us at 6 o'clock this evening. So please just let the little ones know that on this occasion, as we're still showing the horses going around the main room, they won't be able to join us, but Meirion, I'm sure, will talk us through what demonstrations and has come to us on the show today.
Well, welcome to the top side of the grandstand, and it's a pleasure and honour to once more be invited back to the Royal Welsh Show. And as in the programme says, the clap, unfortunately, due to the restrictions, we've been unable to bring them along. But we brought a flock of sheep, and the ring is Helen of a sheepdog. And it's a 2-year process to get the sheepdog fully trained, but one man is dog standard. And well, I asked the question, who's watched One Man and His Dog over the years? Hands up. Yes. Well, I'm very, very fortunate over the years to be involved in 3 different series. And the last series I was involved by Rodney the Red Sheep. I won the house. You were so kind. I went on to the semi-final, won the semi-final. You were getting there. Got to the final. Should have been very bad adjudication. Deserving. But I am going to be one lone sheep on the day's competition. I've been on this event before, doesn't it? And we don't do it often. But we've had little success. I've been very, very fortunate being past national champion awards and captain awards in international sheepdog trials. So we're going to leave Helen off for a second, just show you basically how the dogs work. And as I said, you can keep Helen in the pen for a second. When I say bye, the dog will go clockwise. So when she was about 5, 6 months, she goes, I just kept repeating, bye, bye. And as long as he bye, she goes, down. Away. She goes anti-clockwise. Away. And again, when we train, hanging off my neck is like checkers whistle. She stops. She goes clockwise. She goes anti-clockwise. So it's a 2-year process to train the sheepdog to have one managed dog champion. So these days, it's always good to hand our shepherds, farmers with good trained sheepdog. So where do you find a trained sheepdog? You're not on the Amazon website. Pre-COVID, we had sheepdog auctions around the country. Skipton auction, Ramsey, Scotland, Bar, 17 days, 2030 auction, UK display auction, COVID came along, shepherds and farmers demanded dogs. So one of the auction houses started online time auctions. You video again at home, send it into the auction house, they compile it together, sales next Monday evening, we watch it and passing our names in the track. At 6 o'clock with your PC, laptop, phone, you can't wait to earn £100 rate. Last year, I world record price was paid for sheep. So I'm going to start this on the non-stop. What do you think is a world record price? You see what's there. What do you say? What do you think is a world record price for sheep? How best? Give me a figure. 5,000. What's the start? Who thinks the dog was sold for over 5,000? Yes. What do you get? 50. We get it. Who thinks the dog was sold for 50? 125. Anybody thinks the dog was sold for 125,000? A gentleman there. 250. Right, your last. Do you think anybody the dog was sold for 150? Right. Come join me for a second. Give this gentleman a huge, huge clap. Right. Come through the gate. Come in here for a second. Right. And the lady there, are you willing to come and join me as well? Come on. Give a clap to these two. Well done. Right. And your name?
Darren,
Where do you live, Darren?
I live in town in Staffordshire.
I'm here for the holidays or just for the day?
Just a couple of rides for the kids.
Good. So when will you be heading back to Stafford?
Maybe Saturday.
I will meet you on Saturday. The dog is yours for 250,000. Okay? I wish. People ask me what's the value of Helen. To me, priceless. Because once I've sold her, how much sheep you'll bring? Back down to the bottom of the ladder. It's my next door goodness God. Our client Helen.